Do not microwave. Do not dishwash. Ignored. Ignored. Good, good. Good, 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 good. Okay. Come on. Come on. Ah! All the stuff out of the pockets. There we go. Oh, nice empty pockets. Feels much better. Okay. So, stream title. I've got some work that needs to get done. That was sort of the impetus. Is that the right word? Rushing with force and violence. Okay, maybe it's not impetus. Acting or done quickly. I was thinking like the inciting incident. Rushing with force and violence. That's not what I'm doing. That's not the right word. Is this the voice muting or the chat muting feature? Hopefully both. I don't know how to do the voice muting though. Like I was thinking it would just be the same thing. Wow, I really don't want to write Lua. Lua is not Rust. It simply is not. Opened two? Why did it open this one? Oh, another day, another not Rust. Yeah, no Dallas. Boogie woogie oogie. Okay, so this is going to be a simple feature. Basically, I'll have some client-side hooks that display whether or not players are muted. I'll have a client-side button that you go mute, and then it sends a message to the server saying I want to mute player X, and the server writes that to your player data, and then my existing system just automatically save that and also send that the information back to your client. So I sort of figured it all out yesterday. After the stream ended, I kind of like tickled my neurons, and everything got figured out, which is nice because it wasn't figured out the day before. Okay. Oh. Okay. Problem. Privacy problem. So the data, oh, global profile, but not game data? I guess nothing on the client needed the game data. So I was thinking it would be in global. So what uses global data? Icky. Wait, is it unused? Global data. Simulation control. Monitor key GUI scale. So GUI scale is a global key and not a profile key. 8 lure, low rust, simple as. Mute cut. How dare you? That's against the rules. Camera punch. So I feel like a lot of things should just be profile keys. Like, okay, so you have a separate profile for Be Up and Surf. Is it guaranteed that you're using the same UI scale on Surf and BHop? It's probably a reasonable assumption, but maybe some people don't want that. Kind of. Okay, no, stop thinking about that. Okay. So yeah, so I was thinking of having 2 keys. You'd have one key called muted me, and it would be a list of players that muted you, and that would sort of be like internal data. And then you'd have a muted list, and it's a list of players that you have muted. But all of this is visible to the client, so I don't know if I should be pushing that data to the client. Because it's going to just be on the player data. So I was going to have both. I was going to make it so that it sets something on the player you're muting, their data, to be like, oh, this player has you muted. So that I can count it. So I can count how many times the player's been muted. What would the most optimal thing would be like a moderation log, but I guess that's only the moderators. That was a big loss to not have that system. So if the data is on the client, it's basically public. Is it bad if players know that you have them muted? Because like the goal isn't to make some sort of metagame where like muting people is part of the game and there's like a vote mute for fun and stuff. That's the goal, is to just have it have a utility. So it should be as little information as possible, very private. You shouldn't be able to discover these sorts of things. So that means the mute count. Yeah. Is probably not a good idea. Hello, I'm working out the details. Hello. Okay, so do I filter keys? That seems like probably this should be profile data. And the global data should not be replicated at all. But then I still need I would still need to edit two datas. Oh, that would actually involve spinning up some. Ooh, good song. Oh, actually, is it the band? I'm thinking of a different song by the same band. Uh, yeah. How's it going? I wanted to have a mute count where a chat moderator could go and look at a player's profile and see how many times they've been muted. But actually, that doesn't really make sense in the first place because the absolute count isn't that important. What's most important is like the rate, I guess, how disturbing this human being is. Um, like if you've been playing the game for 10 years, you probably have 100 people who have muted you for just whatever reason. Maybe you said something in the chat and they're like, I don't want to see anything in the chat, and they just mute because they don't want to close the chat for whatever reason. Like, so the absolute count matters over time. But then that's quite difficult to, yeah, vote to mute this guy. I'm not going to implement that. It becomes a game, and I'm not making a muting game. I'm making a surfing game. Amount of time muted versus total gameplay time, something like that. Yeah, but that's a lot of effort, and like it's not like the information isn't that great. Like this isn't a heavily moderated like popular forum or something. I don't know. Like it's the chat in a Beehive game. So I just want to make a simple feature that simply mutes. And I don't want to leak the data of who you have muted to the people who are you're muting. I think that's unprivate. Privacy invasion. Because like it would directly send to their game client. They would need to use hacks to find the information, but like we're already targeting the bad people who are not good. So yes. Encryption. That just is a non like that would work, but like then you're still sending the data. It's like, oh, here's my encrypted password vault. You can't decrypt it, but there it is. It automatically sends it to your client. There you go. It still doesn't make sense. Okay, so there is two pieces. There is a client thing that has like a hash map of who you have muted. It decodes the packed user IDs from your player data. There is a little API guy that I can call from other code to perform the key update. Does that only come from the client? So, but there's two things. There's muted players you have muted and mute me. Oh, there's also the chat as well. Oh my goodness. Keep the feature slim. How can an exploiter seed it? Because it's automatically replicated to their client. It's sitting. It would be one of these keys. This module takes your player data, or like, it's a client module that receives your player data through here. So the global keys come in with key and value right here, and it's just written to this so that your client can like read any keys it wants off of the player data for you. So if the player data for you says who has muted you, there it is. There's the data. Remote spies, there's no need. It's all accessible locally. So you just need a simple client hack to read this guy. Done. That's it. It's a little bit obfuscated. It doesn't exist yet, actually. I don't know why I'm saying it's obfuscated. But that's my plan, is to pack it as user IDs. But that's not that difficult to do things. What's okay? How does the player list stuff work? Us muted you. Wait, I literally just leaked the information directly? Hold up. Oh, I see. Whisper. Hold up. The mute test? Okay, so the listening. Ooh. So the oh yeah. I guess I need that on the client and the server. Well, what branch am I on? Master branch. We need to be on the staging branch. Actually, no. We need to be on a feature branch. So we could go like this. Oh, see? There's some new code changes. Create branch. Mute. Oi. Oof. Stop trying to put the asset in filter messages. That makes sense. Roblox is terrified of numbers. You are in another level of develop. I have no idea what you are doing. Right, because I haven't done anything yet. So it's all in my head still. So there's no way for you to know. Unless I tell you, which, it's a name. Wait, this is from the original Gitification of the code. These lines are erased from history. Well, not actually. They're actually saved forever in the Git history. Okay, it's already hot. Damn. Okay, so this is how the mute works. That's it. So what I need is a thing that's different. Buh. What do I have? Do I have the player? Surely the player data is here. No player data. No, there it is. Okay. Stupid. Stupid. Okay, so what to do? How do I hook keys without death? Like, there's no monitor key in here, is there? So this is client, shared, server. Context cache, monitor key, context changed, add. This is client. So I needed, I would need to have the persistent data loaded. Yes, that belongs in a module, sneed. What is this? This is my programming. What? The song just ended, bruh. Okay, so I'm thinking. I'm thinking a little mute manager with a signal that's like player changed mute. Hmm. Simple, simple, simple. Keep it simple. So there's a little mute box that says, I want to mute this player, and then it does it, and then there's a signal. And then the thing that it does also replicates to the client. The client has a thing that decodes it, and then there's a signal and it's available. Tell you what. And then that's it. It's available so the player list can pull it in its stupid frame rate way. And then I have a single thing that sends it to that server module. And then also, what if, okay, so then what's the other way? Oh no. The global, the global mute is different. The code is so bad. Why do I have a global table? Why do I have a global table? Oh. Well, no, that's not how I wanted it. Why can't it be simple? I wish I could find all references. Oh, I can. Yay. Oh, is that it? Okay, so that's the entire mute system. Okay, can I destroy this with vengeance? Please. Okay, so instead of that, I would have like mute manager.get muted, player other player. And then that could also take into account the global mute, the mute settings, the okay, interesting. Okay, so if you mute a player yourself and then you set your chat settings to be unfiltered, unmoderated, what do you want? Do you I think you want the player to be muted, but globally muted players to not be muted. So the global mute has a setting toggle, but the personal mute is all up to you. So if someone joins that's muted, you can see in the player list it'll have like a little mute icon that's like that's muted, and then you can undo that, and I can get rid of this garbage system right here. Please, okay, please, okay. So what do we got? We have the mute manager on the server. Wow, 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 wow. Server mute manager dot Louis. So we're gonna function get muted. So so this is like listener speaker. So this function checks the listener's chat settings to see if they want to respect, want global mutes applied, I guess. So moderation. Want a moderated chat with 2 E's. Assume that personal mutes override this setting and are always muted. Okay, so literally what I'm gonna do is delete this variable with furious anger. Okay, so what is this? This is new chat message. So it's making a message. So this should be get muted to from. So to is the listener, from is the speaker. Get muted to from. I could just change this, right? What is to? Bro, what is going on? Oh, there it is. Okay, can I do this? No, very sad. Okay. Oh well. Okay, next. So probably it's gonna be like this. 22 references. Okay, so this is player from. But this is also just for new messages. So when you mute someone, it won't destroy their messages. I think I'm just gonna like ignore that for now and do that later, or maybe I'll leave that to the 24-hour BHOT workforce, because that's a bit more involved. Okay, there's another one. Oh, get muted is heard 24-hour BHOT workforce. Okay, so muting only applies to new chat messages. I'm only gonna write it for new chat messages. If you want to go in and like make the chat, make like you need to tag the messages with who sent it and stuff, and like go in and like reformat the chat to hide or show based on your mute settings. You go right ahead and do that, because I'm not gonna do it. Oh hell nah. That's me as well. Qbox. Yeah. So the chat has a total lack of metadata. It's just like, oh yeah, that's a UI. It doesn't know who sent the message. It doesn't know what the message contents is. It just like slaps a UI into a list. Oh my god, bruh. Okay, so this is gonna be set muted player muting. True. See how much nicer this is when you like have put some thought behind it. Okay, next. Oh, wow. This is my attempt at a mute system. So this was before I rewrote the game 4 years ago. I rewrote the game 2 years ago. I started actually pretty soon after this. Or maybe I was already started actually. Surely not. No, it was after Git. Because Git was sort of the inciting incident for that. I need a good word. Give me a word, please. Someone. 1981. The kickoff, the inception, the commencement. Join Pro for more terms. See ya. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, well, I didn't get a word. This is so sad. Okay, so this code is not needed because it's going to be loaded when the player data loads. So you don't need some wacky, stupid idiot code to do that. Nice. Okay, so all occurrences of the old mute system have been destroyed with furious anger. Okay, so I actually, for every single one of these, I want Git not muted. So I could just say not. Maybe I'll just do that. Surely they all are like good working order, right? And not. Or this and not. What the hell is that? So if no one sent the message or the player is allowed to chat and the player is not muted. So if no one sent the message, then you don't need to check if the player that someone is muted. Okay, that's correct. Same logic. No one sent the message. Same logic. Kill. Okay. So, boner. What is that all about? So in 2014, when I wrote this game code, I be up dev floor. Yep, I thought it would be funny to make a command so you can spectate the bonus bot. So a bonus bot for any map by typing spec boner. Ha 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 ha. It's like the bonus, but it's misspelled and it's a funny word. Ooh, wow, 2014. So that code stayed in the game until yesterday. So we can actually see the entire history of this code. Actually, I'm gonna have to open it in some text. Let's see. Okay, so spec bonus. Look at how they massacred my boy. Okay, so line history. So we go here. So, okay, there is exactly 2 updates. Can I go like contents? Okay. I'm a little bit worried about those. Let's see. So, really? Okay, so this is... So, once we got client-side spectating, you could actually spectate bonus bots. So that was during the rewrite. So the command just existed in perfect form out there without doing anything for what, 6 years? I'm a little worried about those. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see what's going on down there. So that is no boners rip. Okay, and then okay, so this is deleting no boners rip, and then this is re-adding no boners rip, and then this is deleting it again, and then this is adding it again. Okay, so it's literally just adding and deleting it. So here it is. So if this is 2015, this is when the code came into existence. Bonus bots were not a thing. So I didn't have the same feature set as I had on the Garry's Mod game. How do I get a PR in game? You cannot. The code is not open source. And then it gets deleted, and then it gets added, then it gets deleted, then it gets added back again. And then finally, in 2022, how long is that? 7 years later, I actually implement the command, and you can actually spectate bonus bots. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's somewhere else. Look, there it is. He said it. He thought about it. So I have this beautiful function here that just gets the active bot for a specific mode and a specific style. And I can just check to see if the bot exists and then make you spectate it. Isn't that a wonderful, simple API? Wouldn't it be great if I just did that in the first place in 2015? Get active bot is only a function on the server, not the client. That's a nil value in the script. Wait, so it never worked ever? And it was just removed? Wait. I see. It never worked ever. F's in the chat for bonus. For spec the boner. Damn. Okay. I see. Wow. Okay, so they've mutilated the boner, unfortunately. What is that? Mewtwo? Okay, well that is the B-Hop game lore. So okay, so now I need this get muted and set muted, and that is the simple, easy API to all the internal stuff. Instead of having this wide not listening to or listening to from not equal false shenanigans right here, like bruh. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna say uh, muted chat. Boom. Delete 4-year-old code. Actually, how long? How long? That would be more than 4 years. I could actually see the original line of code there. Has muted you. I should be able to just like F that. V717. Okay. Chat. 2016. Damn. I just busted out the chat in one version of the game. Oh my god, I got the mute in there as well. What the hell? The whole freaking thing? Comment in the danger zone. Yeah. Oh, it's over here. Oh, is there two there? Oh, I see. Okay, so this is multi-aliasification, yeah. Turned into one. Good change. Because it works. Oh, oh, look at this mess. This is the Git branching, and these are all the different versions of the game. Every one of these dots represents an entire version of the game. Usually there's like a little change like this, but it's an entire different version. And then like this version is based on that version, this version is based on that version, this version merges with that version, this version is... It's Git is very powerful. Okay, I'm gonna save this copy for tomorrow and get a little snack. I will be right back. Ooh, REST API. Snack. I never said snack. Did I say snack? I said I was gonna put the coffee away. There's no way I said snack. What is that? I don't know. It's some kind of like... What the hell is that? Jesus, not. Baba Booey. Super happy about getting rid of that insane table that just spams nonsense. No way. I got the memory of a goldfish. Oh my god. I did say snack. I said that, instantly forgot it, went over and went, I should get a snack. Okay, personal mute. And then set muted global. Okay, so my after writing Lua for since 2008, this is my new ultimate way of doing things. So you make your API that's just a bunch of functions, and they can do whatever they want, but they just sit in this module and they're just functions. They don't actually do anything by themselves. And then you have the initialization module that does things like hook events, run with the run service, or like check when players are joining. That's part of hooks. And you separate the like action from the functional stuff. So I have the mute manager, and then I'll have the mute init or something like that, or like run mute or mute init is fine. And I actually have separate places for these. So I have server modules here, and I have load, and every single one of these scripts is like ran when the game starts, whereas these ones are only loaded by other scripts. Use strict. Yeah. Okay, so what? Okay. So those are the functions. How does it know? Does it need to know? The load scripts are loaded immediately, while the non-load scripts are loaded by other scripts. Yeah. So that was an excellent. I came up with that in 2015. That was a design paradigm shift of the way that I make places. I used to just do one big script, and I was like, what would be a good way to do multiple scripts? And now I have like lots of scripts. It's very simple. It's a good way to compartmentalize it, where it's sort of like the Unix philosophy, where each script does one thing and does it well. I can't claim that 50% of these scripts do that, but the thought was there, or I learned about that later, I guess. So even better is if you move the runtime stuff into initialization. So what the hell is this? Oh my god, I can't scroll. Okay, this is a good example. So this is just like when the database responds to my data, put it in the this thing, put that over there. These are times, hash them, smash them, stick them in a stew, times goes here, blah, blah, blah. This is your rank and skill. And then when the map changes, do this. So this is a hook. And then in the map manager, ideally I wouldn't have a thing. Actually, I might not. It might, if I'm lucky. Do I have anything that does stuff in here? Yeah, that's kind of doing stuff. So that's a hook-ish. Oh, pretty pure. So yeah, this is mostly just functions of like, do this when the map this, or like when you call this function, it runs the function, and that's it. And then it's just like a list of functions that you can run. This is bad, but old code. 2 years ago. What can you do? I came up with this like this year, or what I'm talking about now, where you have just functions, and then the stuff that runs the functions is in another module. I think that keeping all of the run stuff in init scripts, or like these ones. So when the game starts, there's a dedicated script to like do the thing and like hook the hooks, check stuff every frame if you need to, and all of that kind of stuff should be in a dedicated script that runs when the game runs. So like it loads its dependencies, which is all your functions you need to do the things, and then it runs the stuff. And there's no running in the function scripts, in the module scripts. That's my latest iteration of like little Lua neurons firing. Okay, so this could work. So this is going to check the player data, and then I won't need to do anything big crazy. Well, actually, I could mute everything if the player data doesn't exist. So I just came up with the edge case here. If you're joining the game and the database has, or the Roblox server has gone, oh, what's the player data? And it hasn't come back yet. You might see messages from players who you have muted in those like 0.3 seconds. So if instead you mute everything until the player data is loaded, that would close that hole. Is there any difference in efficiency? I find that it helps with technical debt. So if you have a big ball of code, it's really hard to get back into the ball of code months later and like shift things around. So I would like to coin the term like clean commit, or like clean diff. Not coin the term, like people have said that before, but like sort of draw attention to that. So this would not be a clean thing. Like I'm looking for a new feature. So here's a new feature. I create a new function and there's only new lines of code there. And then I call the new function. This is just like there was a space here and that kind of got into the comment. So this normally wouldn't be there. Same with this. This is just a new line. So this is a clean commit. It cleanly applies on top of the game code, and I add a new feature and don't have to edit any existing code. I only add new lines of code. So I have the material service, I have a function that resets the material service, and I call the function that resets the material service when the map changes. That's the new feature. So I find that when I organize the code like this, I'm more likely to be able to create a clean commit on top of the game to add a new feature instead of having to like play with my ball of code and like strangle the feature into the game. Shove it into the barrel. So when I do that organization, that's the benefit that I expect. Is I expect to be able to more easily add new features if I carefully organize all the features to be compartmentalized and separate the logic from the runtime. Yeah, separate the state from the behavior. There's a lot of things designed like that. So it took me, 15 years to work that out on my own. It's not easy to do all this to start out. It's kind of good to just make mistakes. At least on your own projects. If you're like contributing to some thing, you probably want to use whatever best practices they want. But if you're just making your own stuff, do what you think is best, and then you will make the mistake and you go, oh, that was bad because. But like it's a 15-year learning process, but better start making mistakes now. Okay, so now let's do the other one. Hello? Oh, it's mute init. Mute manager. Init mute manager. I don't know. That's what I called it in the new sort of stuff. Okay, so what is this going to do? Player data loaded. I guess I need a freaking cache thing. Cache, exactly. So fortunately it's like one way. Oh, is that a is that nose or is that? Oh no, that's skin. Is it? My dense hair. No, that's skin falling off. Ow. Okay, so that's a cut. It looked like nose wipe or something. Yay. Okay. How? Okay, shouldn't be that hard. It should be like, how do you do the? It's up here. All the way up. Persistent data. There he is. Okay, and then that guy as well. Give me that. Mute manager. So that'll be both in the mute manager, probably, and the init mute manager. Init, and then isn't that just like a thing? It's like, oh yeah, the data loaded. Like, didn't I just see that over here? Load things. We looked at load things. Load things. Give me that. Player added database response. I don't want that. Oh my god, bro. What is this? Oh, this is the client. Okay. Persistent data server. So here's an example of not splitting the behavior and the run state. So I just am smashing this straight in. This is a hook. I should do this in an init script that initializes the player data. But it's older than a year, so I came up with this stuff after I made a new game. Oh my god. Okay, so I want the thing that happens. Wait, where is there no hook? Oh, it's just called. Okay. Right. It's right. Join is different than loaded. Persistent data loaded, player persistent data. So that's gonna be in the init. Yep. I gotta wait. So that, and then Actually, I don't even need this. I can just do poppy 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 pop. Wait. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, so well. Yeah, so what I wanted to do was like hook when the persistent data is created, but I don't actually have that information here. So this is creating the persistent data, and then it sets it there, and then I want it instantly. I want that, and then I can hook when the data gets added as it's loaded in, and then there's only one case. But now I have to write two cases because it's not there. Is that in my new one? I don't know. Possibly. So this only gets called after it's loaded, which is fine. So there'll just be no mute cache, and then it'll look at the data and be like, the data isn't loaded yet. Everyone mute. Except when you're on map test, I guess. I'm not done yet. Okay, so put it back. So this is init, and this is. There's always two cases. There's initialization and updates. Initial state and state updates. So then we do this data.global monitor key. Key function value. So this should get GC'd when the player data goes away, surely. And then this is the new value. Yep, surely. So in my loader modules, so these are modules that run when the game starts. I have it so that I return an initialization function. So I'm not allowed to wait in here. I have to just like declare all the modules I'm loading, or well, require all the modules, and then I'm not allowed to wait. And then all the waiting can go into initialization function. It's a phenomenal design. It completely revolutionized the way my game loads, because this music is loud. Because I have right here in the function code that's guaranteed to run after every single other module has run to completion, and then all of these functions run after everything has run to this return statement. Roblox didn't expect to see this. What? I don't know. Okay, so. Oh, this is my loader thing. Excellent. Okay. So I'll also put the network in here. Yes, their mom munches. Nice sausage. I actually bought another sausage before I finished this one. Okay, so this is where I'm loading the module called Mute Manager. Hooray! And then this goes here. Boing, done. And then I'll make this function. Oh, this kind of sucks, but oh well. Ooh. Now I actually have to do the work. So I've made the skeleton. Saw the camera punch command and disabled it exactly what I wanted. Wouldn't it be great if you could like discover that instead of needing to like watch the developer stream? My game is like one of the least user-friendly games in existence. Terrible. Oh, I have to actually make the feature. Commands is still filtered. You must be on an old server, because it's not. I didn't shut down the servers for the update yesterday. So there could still be old servers, and there probably is, because they live pretty long now with all of Aiden's memory leak fixes. So the servers used to cycle every like 6 hours because there was a bunch of memory leaks. So it would just fill up with memory, and then Roblox would kill the servers. But Aiden found lots of memory leaks and fixed them. So now the servers can live for what, like 4 days, and then they naturally die when there's no more players. Oh my god, bro. Okay, so what's the thing called? Buffer new from, I don't know how you use this. Oh, actually I have a thing that I did and I don't know. Baha create. From string. You're really lowercase? No underscore? Scam. What the hell is a buffer? So we'll be like this, and then we'll do like what is it? Does you literally just read and you're good? Oh, offset. Oh god. 32 F64. Yeah, it's about as good as you can do, eh? You can't read a U64. Bits leader, 1 bit. Let's go. how big is 48? That's not helpful. Why is it all blurry? So I could pack it into 48. I would save a little bit of space, but like, doesn't really matter. Do you think there's gonna be 281 trillion Roblox users? When do you think that's gonna happen? Alright, Roblox is gonna die first. Surely. Pack into 1 million. No, user IDs. Are you saying you're going to get 281 trillion individual players? No, I'm saying that someday there may be 281 trillion Roblox users registered, and then the next user would break the system I'm about to write if I read it like I'm thinking. So I wanted to do a U64, but Lua, you can't do that. Lua is not Rust. You can't just use the right tool for the job because you don't have the right tool for the job. We'll have Roblox players on Mars. Exactly. Add to the count. So if I just say screw it and use a float, we get this. But it's 64 bits and some of them are wasted. I think that would be the easiest thing to do. There's no more than 10 billion accounts. We're like just over a U32, like double and a bit. 2.5x U32. It's like... yeah, okay, so like IPv4, you wouldn't have enough IP addresses for every Roblox user. If you ever want to redo, you just change it to single type? Nope. It's data that's written to a database. So you would need to migrate the data. So you would need to find every single piece of data ever, read it, convert it to the new type of data, write it. So data migration, very, very painful. So doing it right from the beginning is U48 will be fine. Yeah, but it's like weird. Like, wouldn't it just be easier to go float and then done? It's wrong, but this is Lua we're talking about. It should be a U64. So it's not so it's like just loading directly into memory. So it's not like it's like doing float calculations when it doesn't need to. It's just a freaking number, and like it's gonna be a float anyways in memory because it's Lua. Just makes me cringe. So it's one operation instead of two for a U48. It's not right. It's not right. That ain't right. That boy ain't right. That boy got 4 quadrillion. So Roblox's largest uint is U16. What? Roblox has no such thing as integers. There's just no such thing. I think Lua 5.4 has integers, which is awesome. So, 4. Zero? Do you zero index? Yeah. Is there buff.lang? 8 bytes. Oh wait, is this not real? Oh yeah. Wow, okay. So we need the stupid functions here. No. And then read write. We'll do a little. We'll just be consistent with what the names are, instead of being cringe. Okay, and then so I have to call a function to get the length. Right. You can just number a string to get the length, right? And this would be -1. Oh god, stop putting it. Buff offset times 8. Wait. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so 8 at a time. Easy clap. Okay. So then -8. Big beans. Equals true. End. And then something yay data cached. There seems to be a point where badge IDs suddenly increase. Yeah. The IDs become not sequential. That's the right way to do it. Because otherwise, you can just like, if you find an exploit for to get any badge, you just like test the next ID until you find the right ID. Are you using data stores for this? No, this is custom everything. None of my data is stored on Roblox. Other command says spec boner. I actually discussed that extensively earlier in the stream. If you want to rewind, it's all on YouTube. Okay, so now I have an indexable cache. So I can just snag the player ID and it'll tell me whether or not that player is muted. Where do I put this? I guess I literally just have to have a friggin' entire... I guess, what if I clear it? So probably I want a function like okay, I don't think I want to pack a cache. Or maybe I do. I guess that would be easier. This is an index. I don't know. It's like... the you can't make a from, okay, you can. Okay, I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, so create. Cool. We'll do the usual. Okay. Oh. Did I run the table twice? I guess I have to. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. Sure. Sure. But oi. Uh-huh. Bollocks. Okay. I guess I can do this, and then that, and then this, and then that. Right. This thing is like a window into the features you need without actually implementing them natively. I remember Trey was talking about like just using a buffer and just having it be like 5 MB, and then you just do your own memory management and like use real numbers. But you can't do that because like Lua is floats only. So it's constantly converting between types and stuff. Are you really firm? Definitely not. I break that all the time. Um, One of the reasons why I love Rust is that it's much more difficult for me to break it all the time. So I have to stick to my own principles better when I'm writing Rust code than I do when I'm writing Lua. And I can just go, whatever, I'll just do this instead. And then 2 years later, it comes back to bite me. Comes back. Two loops is not great, but there's no way to tell the length of a table. So that's what you gotta do when you're writing Lua. Woohoo! Cash, cash, cash. Thought you wanted unsigned inputs using float type. Yeah, there's no, you can't use float or unsigned 64-bit because it's not representable. You literally don't have it in Lua. You just can't use it. Number table for the length. Yeah, it's a dictionary type table. So you see it, it's not this type. It's not an array type table. It's a dictionary type table. I'm doing index equals true so that I can read and write muted in a hash sense where like you can't mute the same player twice. That's what the hash is about. It's like there's only one entry per player. So I need a cache. Gaba goo. So I need to like get it and set it and get it and set it. Special lady. What? The function? So okay, so when the game loads, I need to decode it and then populate the cache. And then when a player mutes someone, I need to add their name to the cache and then write that. So that's read and write. Oh, hold up. Ugh. Okay, so flush. I don't know. Read, write. I need like. So get cache is just like, give me the cache. But then set cache, there's two different operations. There's like set the actual cache, or like add a value. Do I just like not do these functions at all? Okay, so how about we have load? And then I'll just do all the stuff internally. And then yay! And then this one is, I'm just gonna not call this function or what? Okay. Okay, so then now if I do this, stop being so loud. Stop talking. Okay, so now, well, this one, it says like, this, right, yep, and then, and then it's like this. Ooh, okay, so cache. Set key packed data. How the hell does it work? Server. Data loaded. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Data loaded. Of course. So it'll only try to write if it's loaded. That doesn't work for map test. What's the behavior? soft set key. So if the key already exists, it won't overwrite it. So if you mute someone before your data is loaded, then you lose everyone you've ever muted. Unless I do this. So we're just going to ignore map test right now and only do it for the main game. So I don't think I need this. I guess I should have clear. I didn't mean that. That was a fat finger. The semicolon. I'm not that hard in the Rust. I'm not that Rust-brained that I write semicolons everywhere. Semicolons are kind of crazy. What I appreciate is that the semicolons actually have a use in Rust. And it's not just like, oh yeah, but you put a semicolon at the end of the line. Oh my god, bro. Okay, so problem. What if the data loads after the player leaves? So the player joins and they leave instantly, and then the data loads. So I can't be calling these functions. Do have a use. You know, it's just an alternative for a comma or a space. Sneaks. So yeah, so this is like implicitly blocking you from destroying your data. So yeah, both of these are. Oh, monitor key. What the hell? Yeah, no, I guess I don't need that because I'll just do it internally. I'll use the monitor key on the client. So I only need the load. And then I don't think anything actually responds to hooks. It's all just looking at transient state. Like get muted. What's the global mute key? So how about mod mute or something like that? So I could even write which moderator muted them. It'd be better as like a mod log, but may as well make something out of it. Type state. This isn't type state at all. Man, it's so bad. I just want to go back to Rust and like write real programming code instead of like not being able to use real numbers and real data structures and real algorithms, and it's all just like baby code. You're not allowed to do anything. Three functions, yeah. Okay, so what you gotta do here is mark the player. So this is what I usually do. So player manager dot player leaving. Usually do as of this year is Roblox added attributes, so I just make up an attribute. So so that I don't have to have a table and then like clean up the table and stuff. Unloaded mute cache or something. And then now if player get attribute mute something, I don't know, it's this, then we don't do anything here. And then now I don't have to clean up, now I don't have like a table and like have to do things. Now it's just, it just doesn't memory leak. And then this is like set attribute true. So it sets the attribute on the object before it gets cleaned up, and then this, if this fires later, then it'll just not do it. So then clear is muted cache player with a D. Yay. And then apparently this isn't, oh no, that is used there. Okay. Cool beans. So the reason I'm doing this is because they're kind of like magic numbers. So instead of writing it multiple times, I just write it once and use a variable, which doesn't matter in Lua. But like in Rust, I wouldn't be using a string at all. I would avoid strings like they are the plague. But this is Lua. Gaba, goo ding dong. Okay, so now I need the player manager, of course. Player manager equals O B player manager. Wow, okay, that's it. Whoa. So if I really want to do something crazy, I gotta have like the player manager know which players want to know which other players exist, and I could like fire the player leaving events and player join events on the client, so it looks like the player's not even in the game, but it's really complicated, and I'm trying to make a simple feature here that's like a clean, just clean mute system that is easy to maintain. Okay. So that's my deal. Oh boy. So now this needs to read cache, update cache with the H, right cache. So set muted. Okay, so it will be an empty table if they have no one muted. Z. Should I just make it nil by default? Okay, so we will see, I guess. Okay, so I want it to, if you unmute the last person and you have nobody muted anymore, it can delete the muted list from your data. Oh, okay, so there's also another key. Disable chat moderation. I don't know. It's a long string. I have to store every single one of these characters. Review of world record without mod. Nope, I don't do moderation. Unmod. That's not the most clear. Disable chat filter. I don't know. Verification of Discord is not the only thing you need. If you became pending, the moderators will get to it when they get to it. They're volunteers. I don't make enough money to pay them, so I can't really say, oh, yeah, go do this, moderator, because they don't work for me. They're just doing volunteer work. What, chat unmute? That's still not super clear. It's like disable chat mute. Like disable. Yeah, so we have global mute, disable global mute. So now I guess this is a bit more clear now what this means. So the global mute is moderators muting people, and then disable global mute is you can unfilter the chat for yourself. Buh. Oy oy oy. Oh my god. Okay. Eh. I guess I should have this function as well. This is like a negative of a negative kind of deal. Muted disable. So you can't not chat type situation. But like that's how it's gonna have to show up in the data, because it'll be true or nil. So this can overwrite it because it's a single it's a single bool value. So if the data is not loaded, I guess if you set it to nil, it'll just overwrite it. Ugh. Doesn't matter. Okay, so it'll be something like this. Without this, and then this doesn't matter. Set key that one, and then is disabled and true or nil. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Huh? What? 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 Huh? What? What happened? Why did it get bigger? Stop it. How do I undo that? Bruh. You look, we will discover. So get key. Disable chat mute. So, muted global disable equals this. So, if they have their global mute disabled, then it ignores the speakers. Oh my goodness. What if they leave the game? Well, okay, presumably these are two players in the game at the same time talking. So both of them should have their data loaded. And if one of them doesn't have the data loaded, then it can just fail. We can fix the map test later. I just need to make the feature. Oh my god, bagoo ding dong, man. Okay, well that's that value. That's great. So then so we want to see, is the speaker global muted and the listener does not have global mute disabled? Or, okay, so it's A and not B, and C and not D, kind of these. Okay, so this is like control, please. Okay, listener data, and then so we're gonna have both. Speaker. Wow. So both data exist. Otherwise, default to true. Breaks map test. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. No. Okay, so and then muted global is speaker data global mute. So if the speaker is globally muted and the listener is not disabling global mute, then you're banned. Okay, so if muted global muter and not muted global disable, then return true. You're banned. And then otherwise we need to check more stuff. Hover name for custom names have no chat effects, didn't it? Uncensored. Well, it's the Roblox names are not always the greatest, but yeah. That was the intended behavior. I wouldn't have them be uncensored because Roblox names in general aren't great. Yep, that's what I was saying. Okay, so now we grab the cache. Listener. So what is this? This is index. Gabba. Ooh, what? So I'm gonna call this index. And then return index speaker. So index and index speaker dot user ID equals true. That's it. Now that's how you do it. That's how you do check if they are muted. Wow. And then set muted. So this is going to edit the data. So if the cache exists, then we can set muted. If it does not exist, we cannot set muted. If index, then if the cache does not exist, we cannot set mute. Ideally, an error would be passed up and reported to the listener who just tried to mute someone, but this is Lua and not Rust, so it's too annoying for me. Okay, so no such thing as errors as values, no such thing as enums, no such thing as structs, no such thing as return types. Well, there is the Lua types band-aid, I suppose. And tagged unions is like a band-aid enum. Okay, so the cache exists. Set the speaker as muted or not muted in the cache, and then write it. Okay, so how do I to bool falsy? So it's either true or nil, and I want to see if it's the same. If it's true, true, or nil, nil. Okay, let's do this. If index speaker user ID equals true, does not equal is muted. Wow. Then index speaker dot user ID equals is muted and true or nil. And then now we need to write it. Yeah, so both of these need to exist. Oops. Data dot global set key muted. Oh hell no. Yeah. Do I call this anywhere? Is that the thing? No. So this is an internal function, and I'm going to check it ahead of time. Uh, Crap. This is bad data normalization. It's all written wrong. Now you can add a right-click menu to the chat. Yeah, I was thinking that would probably be needed, but that's a bit too complicated for what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to make the feature exist and think through the things. So I guess I'll just not have a function for this. I'll just do it because I need the frickin' data. Okay. So I could actually label this. Just 2 lines of code that are going to be stuck everywhere. Okay. Horrible. Horrible. Okay, so what this is doing is it's comparing true or nil to true or false. And it's supposed to see if it's trying to change it. And then this is writing a bool value as true or nil. So true is true, false is nil. Horrible. I guess I could use like the ternary syntax, but does that work? I don't know. Let's do the REPL. Okay, so true and true or nil. True, false, and true or nil. Nil. Nice. Done. It works. Okay, so that is the personal mute. Something, work in progress. Okay, so what is that? That is set muted global.
God now. So I wanted to set the frickin' moderator ID.
I guess I'll put the moderator ID out here. I don't know. And then so that, and then set key is muted and moderator ID or nil. That should be it. And then this is global mute. API. Wow. Okay, so are these real? Is that real? I think so. I think we can safely say that this is real. Wait, did I type this? No. Okay. So this is using those 2 functions. So I'm also going to put the, what, should it be a remote? man. Remember when Spectate had no sense of timing? And so, like, when a player would hit the end zone, you would see their, like, timer finish the map before they hit the end zone. You wouldn't even remember that bug unless I told you about it. Then you'd be like, oh yeah, that did happen. Oh yeah, the game did get better. We gotta go back to old physics. No. It was bad. Okay, well, I think that's the little API guy. So that's the server side of the mute stuff. So the chat consumer of this is simplified. So it used to be garbage. It used to be like, and then now it's like not muted. If you're not muted, you can talk. And then now mute is set muted, unmute is set muted. Is there a right click mute? I guess there's not, huh? I'll have to make that. And then I'll also have to check, but that shouldn't be a problem because the client will know, because the client has the player data. Yep. Okay. So now I need to do this. I guess I'll put this into a gamodule. Is that real? Can I do that? Does that make sense? It's like that much code. It's just the only function that would be duplicated, right? Kind of. Pain. Mental anguish. Oh my god. Pending moderation, man. New style ever gets released again. Okay, client. So I'm gonna have a thingy that does the thing, and that's it. It just does the thing, and that's the thingy. Yep. Okay. You. Okay, so it's this. From read. So this is the beginnings, new file. What is it called? Mute manager. Is it the manager though, or is it just the mute replication? It's a mute cache, so that the player list can do its cringe actions and it doesn't matter. Okay, so persistent data. It's the client. It's the client. So persistent data. Oh, that's right. I wanted to not do this. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I guess I'll have a module and a function and a init. What did I call the other one? Mute init, init mute, mute init, init. It's mute init. Mute manager, init mute manager, init mute cache. Okay, so we're gonna have mute cache and init mute cache, or I could call it mute manager, and it could like have the communication as well. Maybe it's just mute manager. Rename. Manager. Whoa, it's the mute manager. Okay, so persistent data dot no. Okay, so it needs to have the cache. So consider the following. So on this, I could do it. I guess I do need this function, but it's different. So there's no such thing as this, and it just does this, and it's like, yep, that's it. Monitor key. God damn. Do I need to? I guess not, eh? So I guess all this goes in the other place. Return. So I'll have get muted basically. Oh. I'm about to use attributes. There's a player context data. That's the thing for it, but it doesn't work. So you don't have access to whether the speaker is global muted on the client. Is that okay if you can't tell? So this is just so I could have a little function here actually. I could maybe that's okay. So is local muted, is personal muted, and then it just checks your player data to see like, oh, did I mute them? And then that's only what shows up in the chat. You don't actually know if players are global muted because that's something you can gamify. You can be like, ha, muted, ha ha. And that's not, I don't want that. I don't want, like that's the same reason why whitelist and blacklist is hidden, is because it's not supposed to be a status symbol. It's supposed to be a moderation tool. There's no game going on. The game is surf. Play surf. Don't play vote kick. simulator. Okay, good. The function available on the client does not know about global mute. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. So, we can actually grab it fast. Call it like this. No. Isn't that it? Isn't that it? Can't I just do it like this? Oh, wait. And then we have this function and that's it. Oh, we don't have implicit returns. That's right. And so for this, that's it. That's it. That's all the code. So we have this function, that function, and that's it. So then in wait, it doesn't even need this. Hold up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Okay. So then. Oh yeah. Okay, we can do this as well. Oh my god. Okay, so then now in the init on the client side, So this is new file init mute manager.lua. It goes like this, and then we do global data dot monitor key muted close mute manager the whole monitor, and then this is load something this guy, give me that, and then that's it. Return true. And then that's it. That's the only case on the client. Beautiful, simple, shrimple. So what's going on? Client. So now I need to add the symbol. So now the client can check if someone is muted. It receives the data from the server and unpacks it to its little cache. And then I need to make a thing that reads it on the player list. It's gonna be a little symbol. Where's it gonna go? Right next to the player. Mute. Okay. What does this look like? Okay, so then should I just chuck it next to the player name? Like, I have that in the... Yeah, it should be like really fast. So we go player list. So how this functions work. So player name. Personal best. Okay. couldn't I? Okay. Get personal muted player and mute or nothing. Concat. Let's go. Bad coding, speed code. Real. So we got context manager, we got player manager. How about mute manager? Mute manager. Mute manager. Cute manager. Wow. That's it. And then for the option, I don't want to scroll, so I go to here, and then action text. I don't have a mute option. So probably should go like right under spectate, hey? Okay, so what okay, so you can't mute yourself. Okay, so function player, if player not equal p, then return player and unmute or mute. End. Why? Function can implicitly return no. Oh, it's there as well. Okay. Okay. So this is the action text. Then the action itself actions set muted. Look at that. So look at that. So what is should mute be first then? Mute spectate, I guess. Look at that. So this is Gary's mod code from 4 years ago. So I need to do this. Set personal mute. Okay. Not get personal muted player. So whatever it is now, set it to not that. So now I need a corresponding function, server side, And that'll be in the init mute manager server. See how easy and simple this feature is? I just had to make sure I had the thinking in order and get what I want. What I want, you know? It's what I want! How do I do this? Server. Who did this? Init manager. I go here. Okay. So now remote add set personal muted function player is muted. Ooh, okay. Mm-hmm. Set is muted. Player. Oh. User ID. I Said? Okay, so I could just send the player. I think user ID is better because the player might disappear while you're trying to mute them, and then it would fail. Okay. So, I mean, so I guess I'll freaking check it. Like, okay, if type mute user ID equals number and type is muted equals Boolean. I think it's oh, it tells you. That's nice. Then yep. Okay, so this is a real function. Cool. Okay. So, ha. So, this is speaker. Yeah, so all I'm doing here is setting the user ID, so I can just literally zoink this like this, and we're done. Should I rename this to like personal muted? Set muted personal, set muted global. I should probably be consistent, and like either this is set global muted, and this is set personal muted, or set muted global, set muted personal. I think personal. I think I'll do it like this. And then get muted is just overall. See, so now I don't need this comment because it's self-explanatory. What you should strive to have functions like function signatures like this. Set muted personal. Listener is kind of like, what is that? Like, is that a player? But speaker user ID is muted. So I could like, if I put the types and stuff, that's a bit more clear. Function signature. Set muted personal. Set muted global. It's clear. Naming things is like the hardest thing in programming. If you have a good function name, you're gaming. If you have a good variable name, like data, data, that's actually not that good. Yeah, yeah, not that good. I'm just kind of memeing with the, you should strive for this. This is like acceptable, I think. Okay, and then server, that one. Set is muted. Yeah, no, that's not real. So set muted. Ah, jeez. Personal. Yep. Oh, so if it's a Boolean, I don't need to do this. Nice. Okay. Okay, so I need to check if it's an integer because it would be nice if it was a player, but it can just fail. Okay, so mute user ID. Let's do equals floor. Mute user ID. I guess it actually is written as a float. So it would just pollute the table. I made a horrible realization. I guess I have to cap it. Because otherwise you can write gigabytes of data to the, you can literally just use my database as your personal hard drive, Google Drive. It's bad and slow, but unlimited, so I need to limit it. Unlucky. Okay, so write data. I'll just make it throw an error or something ridiculous. What happens? Yeah, so set muted personal, that's only called from remote. So that should be fine. Nil. I could make it so if you get 200 mutes, it resets it to none, and then I don't need to make a clear function or like a mute list manager. I can also just make it remove a random mute. Oh, silly. Okay, so what are we thinking? 200, 1,000. If you mute 1,000 players, holy. Honestly, I don't feel like that's terrible. That's so terrible. Like, if you mute 1,000 players, and then you try to mute 1,001 players, and it deletes all your mutes, probably you won't notice. until the next time you log in or something. Well, I mean, that's how it would work, but you might not even notice. Like, it would just be like mute and forget. Oh, yeah. I don't want to make it error and like tell you and be like, you can only have 200 mutes. Because then you need to manage it. You need to have like a menu that's like, these are the people you have muted. Who would you like to unmute? Why are there abusers in the world? We can't have nice things. I'll just make it break, and then someone will be like, why can't I mute people? And then I'll be like, you can only have... Because literally you can just write arbitrary floats. Except I have it operating the floor function. So probably this error will show up at some point, but I don't care. We can fix it when it happens. Surely it doesn't cause problems, right? So this is in a remote function. So this is error checked. Are you using the new Luau buffers? Yes. Okay, so this is the only place it's used anywhere. So if there's an error here, it'll just be like, there is an error. Dang. And that's the end of it. And like it won't even show up in the console because I have it like anti-errored. It's try catch. Horrible, horrible. No errors as values. Everyone, this is so sad. Language design. Okay. Okay, so oh, that's part of that. Okay, so now I need to implement mod muting. Why can't you use Roblox's built-in mute? Because I have a custom chat. I do need to find out what they're doing for oh wait, do they have a built-in mute so you can like oh, I already wrote the whole thing, man. Come on. Roblox mute feature. Without forking, what? Forking? The hell are they talking about? Okay, I already wrote it. It's too late. We can change it later if we need to, whatever. Okay, so I need to now do administrator. So, oh, well that's dumb. Control B. Okay. Replace all. Let's go. Okay, and then that is that. So then I'll have wait, what did I just do? Why didn't it fix that? What? Why isn't it changing? Are you crazy? Okay, I'll do it myself, I guess. Does it not match strings? That was stupid. What's that? Uncool. Okay, so now global. And we'll do speaker. So check if moderator. Okay, I'm just gonna make it. Uh-huh. Why am I like this? Can I do exact match? Okay. Magic numbers in the code. I have no like group module. I'll just do this. So this is gonna affect if only Roblox had enums. It's missing a lot of stuff. It's not just that. Like really you need it in the language design for it to be excellent. With like exhaustive coverage and stuff. Match statement just makes it awesome. Okay. So I've changed the ID. So this is gonna break all the moderation. Actually, it won't. But we do need to wait to add them, the moderators. Oh jeez. That is very annoying. Okay, and then I need to. Someone has put more stuff on here. Rebase. For some reason, we can have the same function for two commands. Yep, that's tragic. It's an internal implementation detail. Your mic is quiet. Yeah, it's because it's behind my head instead of like right here, but the fan is also right here. Okay, I'm gonna send up this comment. So then we're gonna go over to the group, and moderator is now 145. Oh, that's not a good thing that happened. Save. And then I need to make a new role. So it's chat, leaderboard. I'll go 3 because Uh, so this is going to be called leaderboard moderator. Okay, so this doesn't break the existing game because 145 is higher than 142, and it's checking to see if it's higher than 142. So the only thing is, don't add any chat moderators until the update. Right. I assume Sue will have that information covered. Pretty central to the B-Hop political stage at this point. Okay. Actually, no, they will. Separate chat. I don't think that's necessary, but we'll see. Okay. So it's 143. Really, I want it to be totally separate. I don't want like one to inherit the other. There should be leaderboard monitors and chat moderators separate. The head mod can do both, I suppose. Because like having a head mod for both would be like... maybe that's fine, I don't know. I'll just let them organize. I like to be hands off. Let the people do their job. As long as they all agree on what the job is. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna steal this code and shove it where it... Why is this like this? Am I on this branch? What's up with this? Okay. Okay. So, not real, not real, not real. Yeah, so this has to be a player. I just lost the clipboard, nice. And I closed it, nice. No, I didn't, okay. Where is it? There's a thing. There it is. Equals 2. 3. Chat moderator. Moderator. Um. Sure. Okay. So this is the argument order that I chose. Slash. Imagine if slash was like how you index things. That'd be wild. Slash. Then you have like dot product. Oh, eh. Unique pain. Okay, I got it. Is that how it is on the other ones as well? Yes, I got it. Okay. Who proposed the idea of a chat moderation system? It was some staff voices. Really the people who were saying just like racist and insane things in the chat were the people who proposed it, and then it came up because of screenshots of that. So it's just an invention of necessity. Personally, I could live with that going on in the chat, but that's not allowed on Roblox. It's not like the people who are saying that represent my opinion or something. The whole idea of like a sterilized, like advertiser-friendly environment has never really seemed like the ideal future to me. But the BHOP player base voted and decided they wanted a moderated chat, so that's what I'm doing. So this is so really what should happen is there should be a group system, and then each role is identified and has permissions, and then the permissions are checked on that system instead of like equals 143. But I don't feel like making that right now. Okay, so that's it. That's not it. I need is that gonna be another? Okay, well, I did it. Made me want to chat moderate system. Pedantic. Yeah, I've always been kind of loose. Like, I am not really a censorship sort of person. Okay, the button. So where is the button? So the first option will be mute instead of spectate. What do we think about that placement? So mute, spectate, upload bot, race. It's kind of a right. So I stagger them like this. So probably you're gonna want to spectate most of the time. What is there? Why did that take so long? Okay, so I just gotta know what's there. So when I click, okay, actually I have a bunch of stuff. What do non-admins see when you right click on the player list? Right click. Spectate. It's spectate. They only see spectate. So mute and spectate will be the only options. If you're used to, I mean, I guess, okay, so I'm thinking about muscle memory. So if you go right click spectate and you do that a lot, should I put mute the next option down? Mute should probably be below spectate. Because like it's what's the most option. So I think you're right. Why did it do that? And then what about this? So I have just a little muted icon in front of the player name, just because that's easy. I don't have to make a new column. Okay, so then fuel. So under review times, but that's, you won't see both of them at the same time unless you're the head moderator. Mute. So there's mute and then there's global mute. So mute will be on the top, global mute under moderation or above moderation. Should it be mute review time, like view profile race? Well, that's bot stuff. Like this is bot stuff, right? Is bot. So it doesn't conflict. Like, I guess I can't. I guess that's kind of the way it is. The chat moderators will just have to not misclick. Oh, it's not. It doesn't. They don't know. Okay, well that's a problem. I have to plumb the information into their client so that they can select the right thing. That is not simple. Okay. I would rather just make it suck than do that information plumbing, because that's a lot of work. And it's like kind of risky as well. So toggle. So I guess I'll have a button check. You gotta know. You gotta know. Really, the global mute should be on the player in the database. It should have a global mute there, and then it can be read from that. But then you can't send that to the client. Is a personal mute not enough? So the plumbing. Did I not just change this? Oh. So the moderation system has an immense amount of data plumbing to make sure that only moderators see the whitelist blacklist information. It's 400 lines of code here for a moderation system, whereas I'm trying to make this a smaller feature than that, but I'm already up to 200 lines of code. Ugh. Is the system useless with a personal mute and no global mute? Personally, I would say it's improved if the players are the only ones that mute. There's no global. Images to come back. I would love that. I guess that is where the global mute comes in. It's just so annoying to plumb that information. Is there any way I could piggyback off the moderation system? it's just hard coded to do moderation only. Set data moderator. So this is my attributes before attributes existed. Or is it 2 years ago? It's either that or attributes were very new. Or I didn't know about them. Yeah, this is actually wrong, I think, but because like any amount of time could pass between here and here, so the player might have left type shenanigans, and then you're like setting data on an empty object, and it's like trying to re-replicate or something. Chat monitors approve Roblox images. No way I'm doing that to them. That is an insane amount of man effort for both the system to do that and the people doing it. No way. What does it look like? There's too many things open. So I've just got a table full of junk here that's just auto-replicated. It's just checking a cache invalidation. So I need to make an entire new cache system for just whether or not a player is globally muted and replicate that to only people who are approved. I don't want to do that. I just don't want to do that. But there's no other way. There's no solution. Dude, the chat moderators can't do their job without that. Like, imagine you're trying to like unmute someone or mute someone, and like you don't know whether they're already muted or already unmuted, and like you have to check instead of just there being a visual indicator. I'm really inclined to just like not have the moderators right away. Oh my god, but then like Aiden would have to do it, or Aiden and Tommy would have to do it, and that's not fair. Oh, I wonder if they have any ideas for how to do this without adding 400 lines of code. Shadows a global variable? Ain't no way. Oh, it's just being cringe. Okay. Unknown global. Wow. Player. What the hell? Wow. One year ago. I don't care. Get out of here. Okay. So what's going on here? So I want to split out. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's enough. So mute system chat and then all of this. And then this is mute button. Something like that. So this isn't implemented, but everything else should work. Maybe I'll split that out because that's an important one of like how to respond to like know information and stuff. Knowing. Okay, well, how about it? So I'm gonna make a pool request. Eh. Um, um, okay, well that's my attempt at this. That's what I got done today. Z update. Um, should I put more stuff? Okay, so I guess I'll say what I implemented. Okay, so where is the stuff that I did? Okay, so mute personal mute persistence global mute persistence chat detects who can see which message based on global mute and disable global mute settings as well as personal mutes, global mute persistence, personal mute user interface not implemented, chat moderator user interface. How do you make frickin' checkboxes? Holy smokes. Why is there like giant space here? Aw, I didn't add it. What the hell? Okay, what? So you just say X, I'm guessing? Oh, I see. It actually needed that? Okay, let's try this. Okay. Oh, it is. Okay. Yay. Cool. Oh, what? It shows up now. Okay. I'm guessing if I click that, it's gonna do something, so I'm gonna not. Okay. So now there's no such thing as a temporary mute anymore. Everything is, it's all persistent. Combat surf. Is it just a ripoff? Like, does it literally use my code? My code is kind of hard to use, so that would be kind of surprising if they extended it. Cool. Okay, so that's my effort. It's my new feature, Lua effort. Steals your code. Oh my god, bro. Ugh. Well, would you look at that? Ain't that a kick in the butt? Look at how garbage it was before and how nice it is now. This code, it was never real. Oh, wah, 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 wah. I got no idea if this is actually gonna work or not. Probably it doesn't even compile. That's that's what I think. I'm so good at programming that I don't even need to test my code anymore, you know. Should I split this out into the personal mute interface? Yeah, I think it sort of comes after. Oh, I already did. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Awesome. Great job, me. Hell yeah. Okay, neat. So it's not published to the game, but it's like mostly made. I just need to figure out how to display the information to the actual moderators. This actually could go into the game as is, and there'd be no moderators. It would just be a persistent mute update, as is. And then the other part would be added as later, but I feel like I wouldn't ever do that, so. Cool. I hope that's as clean looking as I think it is. Good. Oh, baby. Okay, so okay, actually I could talk about the clean comment thing as well, cuz like uh there this is the unclean bit because I'm replacing some code that was there before. But then the actual system, the rest of this, is all new modules. I just get 4 new scripts, and it just does the stuff. So this like organization structure makes it so that I can have these like clean new features without touching much existing code. Which I think is good. So it's like positive reinforcement to my decisions, organization decisions. Wow. Wow. I think that's good. Solid effort to what I was trying to do. I can't think of a way to do the last thing without a bunch of effort. what else? Okay, so I can put my check marks. Partial. Accept map fixes. I did that. Publish new version of map test. Oh, I would need to. I guess I would fix my build process actually, and then I could test this. Honestly, it's phenomenal that I got this work done. Ugh. I think I'll comment more. Can't get over the loss. I know. It was a one-line change, but one line changed forever. What am I trying to say? Quaternion, I'm the B-Hub. Brain. Me when I have to think. Uh, oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Oh, Roblox. I wrote 200 lines of code for Roblox. This is the most lines of code I've written in like a year. I've not worked on any new features for the B-Hop game. This is the first new feature I've worked on in a year. Now what? Now what? Now I want to eat a salad. A salad. Rust. Oh my god, 2 things in one day. It's true, it's only been 4 hours. But I did the thing. I wrote the code that does the thing. $105 issues in pull requests is pretty crazy. Look at this, 84 pull requests closed. Holy. Holy. Got April 1st updates in there. It's been a wild ride. Keeps going. Rejected pull request. Pull request number 2. 2 years ago, the update. You see this? No. This is the update. 1,700 new comments. 226 files changed. 21,000 lines of code added. 13,000 lines of code removed. This is my 2 years of work. This is me again. But oh no, this is Trey. Oh my god. Trey is a contributor. Holy smokes. And I switched to Linux? Is that what happened? I don't know. When was this? Three years ago. Okay, but 2021 December. No, that was after. I was already using Linux. I don't know. Trey sent code. Yeah, so it was a lot of work to rewrite the game. I remember. That was a good one. Pull request number 2. Merged into master. That was crazy. I just was like, I'm gonna rewrite the game, and I spent 2 years doing it. Learned a lot. Came up with a lot of new ways of doing programming. I'm overall pleased with the result, but of course I'm going away from Roblox to try to do my own game engine because I'm not pleased with Roblox. So early on here, what was I doing? So modular timers. Very early on, I made a critical mistake. Because Roblox wasn't good enough, I was like, oh, I'll just do it this way instead because Roblox can't do that. But that was a big mistake. And it's basically dead-ended the game code. So I can't make the features that I wanted to make from the beginning. Which is really tragic to put 2 years into that and then to realize you made a mistake at the beginning. Oh my god, is this my earlier class? What am I doing? Dude, I am exploring the space of possibilities. What in the tarnation? Timer manager. I just didn't have it yet. Add event. Oh, right. The timers had the timelines on them. That's right. This is before I split the timelines out of the timers. Ooh, wow. That was really bad. And it took a really long time to do. God damn. Wow. This is like the before times. Before rest. After rest. Boy. Add frame. What am I doing? God. It's like I remember doing this and I felt like I was like pushing the boundaries of like B-hop science when I was doing it. But now it looks like caveman banging rocks together. And it's only 3 years ago. And both can be true at the same time. It's great. Two years. Man. Bang the rocks hard enough, yeah. Keep banging those rocks together. Something cool might happen. You may learn something. Files changed. Code eviscerated. Just like most of these are just renamed to something else. So like, yeah. So there's a lot of new modules, and there's a lot of modules that are outright deleted. Oh my god, this is the old bot code. This is bot playback. That was the way it was done. Why did I hate the old physics? Why did I want to rewrite it? Oh my god, network vares. Oh my god. So, okay, network vares is a replacement for, I think it's literally network vares on Gary's mod, where you could just, it's literally attributes. Literally it's attributes. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to make it so I can use my Gary's mod code in Roblox. So I wrote this in 2015, and it was awful. There was so many bugs caused by this because there's like implicit value defaults and everything. It was awful, and I finally got rid of it in the rewrite, which I was very pleased with. So attributes are equivalent to this, but these were only on players. So interesting. So I would have had a direct translation, and I would have been using attributes, and like, oh, what a mess that would be. Really, you should just be able to extend classes, or I guess in Rust terms, it'd be better to be like to have like to implement your own traits on classes. That would be just the magic. Okay, so here is the new bot code. So I have a dedicated function for interpolation, of course, and then this is, so do you remember that like CF1 C2 block of code? This is the replacement in the new stuff. So it's still like grabbing by index, but I have like a comment that says what the indices are. And then it's like still a bit crazy, but like I'm just grabbing the output before and after and then interpolating between those outputs. Before, after, like imagine my timelines, timeline trackers, timers. It is just so powerful, the bhop technology that I developed for those 2 years. But I think I might be able to just do without it for the Rust game, because I can just like take a step back and like just make the whole thing better again, you know. All for jumping on squares. Exactly. Yeah. So bad. This is a like it's like a train hook to like I have these big modules that need to like touch each other and like lock on, and so I just made this big like interface to do that. They used to be what used to happen is the output of one module would go into a timeline, and then timeline would be read to a different module. But that's like writing into a table and then reading from the table. Why don't you just like directly call it over? So I like collapsed this giant machine in between two modules into this like interface thing. What are we reviewing? This is the update, pull request number 2. I'm just being nostalgic about my old work and how bad the old physics was and how bad the early iterations of the update was. The bhop code museum, yeah. Gosh. Do you think I could survive on donations? I feel like there's not enough, like the game is too niche. And like I would need to like heavily advertise like donate to me. And I just don't want to do that. Did you respond to my question? What did you say? Would it be better to submit all future map fixes under one pull request, or does it not make a difference? It really doesn't make a difference. I can figure it out. So the main issue is when you have multiple pull requests open that edit the same place in the same file and they conflict. That's the main issue, but I know how to use Git, so I can just figure it out. So it's not a big deal. I say probably big pull requests is the way to do it. You can also just open up pull requests with your first one and then add more to it. It's you can just edit the one you already have open, and that works too. That's probably best of both worlds. To just edit the one that's already open. You can just say like add maps or something. Like you can even like rename your pull requests and all that. It's very, very flexible. Playback context. So there's like a interface to two different context types. This is where there's a lot of mush code here. This is like dealing with why is there a world timer? World set paused. Oh, that's right, because it's paused while you're in the start zone. That's so cool. Damn, I didn't think about that. But that's doable for the Strafe client. I'll just have to think carefully about that. Yeah, so there's like this is weird mush code here that just makes everything work. Like this is like just specializing for whatever specific thing happens to pass by. It should probably be like most of this code should go somewhere else, but it works. Set key, player data. Ooh. Ooh. Disgusting. Player manager. The player manager. I rewrote the player manager. Roblox bad. Nice. Interesting. Pretty carried away with like wrapping things in another module and like not like thinking carefully about what should exist at what level and what should where the code should go. So it's a giant mess. Surely I'll do it better with Rust, right? This was only 3 years ago, man. It's already terrible. Kind of. Right, the whole freaking UI rewrite too. It's never gonna happen. I wonder if you could get ChatGPT to try to patch up the UI rewrite. When they have a big enough like context size, you could just say, "Hey, fix my code, thanks," and get the GUI rewrite in the game. Get it to write some mouse code for you. Fix the bug. Get it to fix the bug. Yeah, there's a stupid bug in the GUI rewrite code that I wrote in 2020. How'd the mute feature go? I submitted it as a pull request, and I was looking through the pull requests. I'd appreciate some feedback if you want to look at the code, and also some suggestions for how to. I had some comments about what I can't figure out how to do. Well, I mean, I could do it with like thousands of lines of code, but I would like some sort of simple solution. Is the Roblox game open source? No. Yeah, look, we're like just a tiny fraction of the way through the code. There's so much. It's open sourced. Yeah, exactly. To them. Okay. I think. Oops, that's what I wanted. I got what I wanted today. I wrote the mute maybe there'll be some review code on the mute feature. I'm gonna try and work on another feature tomorrow. And then I'm gonna try to publish the map test versions to the latest game version on Friday. It'll be the least amount of effort. And then that's the end of the BHAB week. Open source if you watch enough of these streams. You just OCR the entire source code. I'm sure there would still be missing bits. Like, I've definitely looked at a lot of code, but piecing that together would be just not worth it. Because like, if you're missing any of the code, it's not gonna work. If the OCR gets one character wrong, it's not gonna work. It's gonna be impossible to find the bugs and stuff. Yeah. Well, I did the thing that I promised I would do. I really don't like making promises because promises are 100%, and 100% is like, what if I died before that happens? What if a meteor struck my apartment? Then I couldn't fulfill my promise, and then I made a promise that I couldn't keep. And I don't like to lie. So, yeah, I really don't like making promises because of insanity. Unlucky, yeah. Meteor is just unlucky. Anyways, I'll be back with more Lua tomorrow. And next week we'll go back to Rust on Monday. So today's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Is it Tuesday? Am I tripping? It's Wednesday. Why is it Wednesday? It's because I did new maps and then map fixes. That's right. That's why it's Wednesday. Okay. So Thursday, I'll try to do another new feature. And then Friday, I'll just clean up stuff. Whatever I need to do. Or maybe I'll do Rust. Probably not. Yeah. End of the line. So long. I have to type. Stop. Goodbye.